Hello. Hello, Lachlan. Coca-Cola. Astro Wizard. Thank you for stopping by, Astro. You get to see more Artie, also known as I'm not getting a better time because we've been doing really well. As it is anyway. Loeth. Are you a dog now? What's happening? Silverfish skin one. I don't know what that even is. Are you saying, what are you referring to specifically? Silverfish from Minecraft? Minecraft? Or silverfish from real life? That I barely know what that looks like? Minecraft. They updated the skin for... No, I need squirrel art. There we go. Silverfish. Silverfish. It's a creature. Kinda look like a slug cat. I don't know about that. Ghost ring. Oh, that was no thanks for you. I did all the spiders. Alright, centipede pipe protection law. What? Why? Give me just. Also, all of those are still on. Cool. I have to turn those off. Looks nothing like. How do you know? Should turn mic up. I literally can't do this. I literally cannot turn it up anymore. It is very turned up. Please understand. This is my problem. I could increase the gain with a filter, but I don't think we want to do that. Just hate pearls. Mm. Mm. Are you saying you also hate pearls? It's a silver cockroach. I guess. Ooh. Mm. Stuff gets okay for expeditions if you're alright with just kind of existing and going around and doing whatever. But what I recommend is a wanderer and maybe an echo or otherwise. Or whatever the vistas. I couldn't say that. And just going to a location and then having a bunch of points and specific things that you have to kill. Give me a second. I think it might be getting close to the time where we buy a new chair, because I'm constantly sliding off this one. Oh, well, all right, it's time. On Steam, I'd assume so. Let's look at it. Yes, it's currently on sale on Steam for $11 entire. Low gun. At least the most unique mod for Dress My Slowcat, white Slowcat. Oh, the future. Not these. We need to go here. Save slot 1. I have been liking a lot of these sprites that have been showing up. I will say. Very good. What did I do last stream? I just did arty runs because I didn't have a lot of time. Oh, that's unfortunate, Karma. Spearmaster survives off of violence. I mean, that's why they have -40 scab rep. It's something like -40 at least. Hello, Will Rogers. Oh. Coca-Cola. Why is that weird to you? Coca-Cola. Yes, hello. How's it going? We do be exploding today. I can't believe he took that. Give it back. Give it back. It was ours. Do you mind? Huh? That was fun. You have a name for the worm with a bunch of red lizards? And vultures? No. It's only like that because it's the beginning of the cycle. And they try to go towards you. Or at least they're gonna be forced to go towards you because how the area loads. And that room is where it all kind of converges. Hello, Hodozo. Are you winning? So yes, don't worry about quitting out to reset the cycle. You're still losing time. Hello, Dark Matt. Hello. We are pretending we're going to get a new best run, and that we're actually going to finish Metropolis without dying. Let alone even get there. And then I have no plan for 3D modeling. Just that I'm going to do it. And it's going to happen. It sure is going to happen. Going to give you egg, but I don't have the thing plugged in. I cannot consume it. Well, no more hearing. Got an hour, 16-minute hunter, all objectives. Nice. That's really good. Egg. Egg. Low era. Low. It is Saturday. Are you existing this Saturday? How has been the moving? Be fitting I'm having some popcorn with Hershey's right now. You melt the chocolate onto the popcorn? Must know. Poking your hand for it does go away. Man, do I hate you guys. Why does he go towards the guys? I don't understand. Why would he keep going left? After seeing the guys that scare him. Okay. If I have the two miracles arms, it's a lindworm. No. Hello, an asteroid. So much harder than Survivor Pebbles. They're both different in their own way. Going down from Pebbles to Shaded can be very hard. It's a much longer cycle than what you might be used to. Somewhat. Well, I hope it goes well over time. I don't know details around you moving, but I hope it's a good reason. And you're painting stuff, which is cool. Found Sky Islands will be the hardest part. The good thing is it's at the beginning, though. And yes, if you don't practice Sky Islands will always be bad. And even then, just creatures in bad areas is not good. Nice. Okay, don't give me a roll. If I didn't magically get pushed up there, I probably would have died to that sphere. Why are you all here? Nice. Real good. We're moving now. Okay, that was a bit of a mistake. That's fine. Go away. I'm scary man. Why did you get so close to me? That guy's gonna kill me. Yeah, never mind. It's fine. It's unfortunate. Interrupted my roll there. Oh, nice! I haven't gotten that bounce before. It's terrible one-handed. I also do it maskless because I hate it. I hate using a mask. If I get a chance to run into a vulture between chimney and the wall when I'm going to the wall, I do that though. Good thing I would say. Going on here? Makes me wonder sometimes if normal vultures actually attack green lizards. Boo. Ooh. Gonna say, it almost did come that way. Seems that it's easy. Do you know which was much better? I don't know. Also, that was annoying that he tried to lick me. Because that could have ended poorly. Excuse me? Jump? Now we're like slightly behind time because of that. I always went Chimney Echo because it's a lot simpler. I know some dingus does that to make it easier to go across the top of Chimney, which certainly isn't a bad idea. I think the wall will always be slower, depending on how you do it. But Chimney Echo existing is good. There's also the idea of maybe you don't get the shaded echo and you get the wall echo instead. Stuff like that. I need to stop exploding so much. I'm gonna get you. This white lizard might kill me. Mind he was scared for long enough. Oh! Why would you do that? Okay. My time. No. Purple. Go away. Back off. Hello, Drano Lane. Oh. Blue lizard might kill me. Don't know. Never mind. Didn't grab the pole? What? That run was so good, too. I don't understand why. You get moved so much because of the body, and then if you land on that platform, you just fall through it if you're holding it. Of course, it's 3 karma. That's fine. I don't know how to deal with that jump. Like, what is the best way to do that? It's so weird in a way I don't know how to explain. Because you're going to get the chance of it just not working like that, where it doesn't grab the pole like I expect it to. You can't land on the false platform at all because of the body. Allows me to time my wall climb with the cycle. Does it though? I guess you're not sleeping in Chimney anymore. Didn't expect it to not jump twice. Free karma? Oh, four! We did it. We won scavenger lottery. We are now rich. Like how the song ended and then it played it again. Do not pick up the scavenger. Why did you have to be here? It was all fine till you showed up. Okay, I didn't think both deaths were there. That's fine. It's not common he comes up there. So let's see the other don't just let me get the rest of the range for the on the wall. Is coming, yes. You have to sleep. Well, thing about where you sleep though, I guess is the thing that's annoying. Because you gotta sleep at the top of the wall and you gotta sleep in pebbles. Which is always just like, I don't want to do that, but it's fine. For all the other stuff that goes well. So I have to sleep one time anyway, technically. You'd even get the chimney echo on the way back. Save at the bottom of the wall after pebbles. Could be an idea. Do not steal him. Can't believe that just happened. That was Ezekiel Fox. Gotta hope for not that to happen, I guess. Cool. I was like, maybe I can beat it. No. I hope for a scavenger. That's what I was thinking about. Getting better at timing that. Karma 4. We got the green scab. The grab, if you will. Your face. Oh no. Oh my. You would do that. You would. It's over there now. The bagger. Low topaz shot. Go away. Kind of a waste of time. I kind of want to reset. That's fine. Just keep going. Should be out of here about like a minute and a half. Already wants kids. She's got them. Like rock, paper, scissors. Kinda. I mean, red sunnies can still kill king vultures. All three of them, well, the red lizard can't kill the centipede, but otherwise, all three of them can really kill each other. From what I've seen, it's definitely going to happen more like that, but the centipede can kill whatever it wants. That's why I don't like the centipede. That's why it was dumb that it was 18 points, or 19. Some amount of points. Not 25, like it should have been. 19, 16, 18, 24. Gotta keep pressing Hunter. Yes. It's a very good run, too. Wish there was a better way to get up this room. I'm waiting for the point where he licks me, takes the mask off, and then kills me instantly. Low Scaramouche. Brrr. I'm gonna get you. And I'm stuck going in circles? What happened? Why are you going in circles? Artie's nice though, because you can try anything. Stone Waterfront Facility. It is a weird place. Not going to lie. There's a man there. Please don't throw at me from across the room. Are lizards scared of mask cabs? I've never actually looked. Batfly. I can't move my hands. We're gaming. Did I get it? I can't tell. Green's cog, yes. Grieg. Grieg. Time to die on this jump. I'm ready. Here it comes. Okay. Voltreon. No. I'm second to roll. So emotion in Derpy, yes. They are great. Very well made. Come on. There we go. We did it. No. No. No, Batfly. I missed the boost. I still didn't get it. Where's that man going? Forgot he was there. Not go in the tunnels, but we're going in the tunnels. I don't know how to describe the map for Waterfront. Just go places you're not familiar with. But also, what are you looking for? What's this man doing? They always freak out when they're there. Okay, we're making good time. It's raining, guys. Get in your shelter. I can't believe that this happened. Why? Please. Scav body. It's gonna be nighttime, which means there'll be more scav than usual. Please don't spawn right now. Don't do it. No, you're thinking about it. Do not come out of that pipe up there. Almost forgot to eat. That's good. I carried that body the whole way and didn't eat. I just realized. Did not need to bring it up the wall. Fine, though. Why? Why? Go away. Could have took that spear, but it'll be fine. Looks like we're good on the start. Okay. Didn't get a roll, apparently. Okay. We're doing good. Very good. Lizard cannon. Yes. People like lizard cannon as much as I did. It seems a lot more threatening when you're playing as well. It, one, makes it so the lizard bites immediately as it's exiting the pipe. And two, there's now a lizard in the middle of the room. Otherwise, it just kind of does stuff. No Batfly. Stop doing this. So many spears. Hit 80 miles per hour. Yes. Lizard gun. Kitchen gun. Rain world. So do we go up the front entrance as we have been, or do we go around back? That's the real question. Why are you guys here? That was a little concerning. Okay. Ooh.
They're here. This is bad.
Thank you for the follow, Warrior Cats lover. Law. This many Warrior Cats people recently, it seems like. How's it going? Ooh, didn't get a roll. I was looking for you. Hello. How's it going? How are you? I'm doing okay. We're doing arty runs because I can. But it's also Saturday. So I can get to do whatever I want. That was unfortunate on my part. Slug Catter Day. True. Probably shouldn't have taken that. I was just worried about a scavenger. There wasn't one there. Bread. Yes, hello. The trifecta. Okay, that was scary. I just got Mr. Presidented. I didn't deflect it, by the way, because you can't. You cannot deflect a King Vulture. I just attempted to anyway, but it hit the slug. Not the slug, the squid cicada in front of me. Slug cicada. Yes. Fucking. No spear. It's always scary to get stunned there. Cool. Hello, exothermatic. Whoa. I don't think I go the fastest way through here. But it's fine. I need to eat something. Probably not worth trying that. Hello, Speedrun dude. Hello. How's it going? Slid off that wood lizard's back? Yes. He doesn't care. And just hello, clever pigeon, as well. You should speedrun sing. I saw the conversation in Discord, but didn't say anything yet. But also, how is challenges, pseudo dude? Whoa. Become Discord challenge. I should have done your ass. Keep trying to just raw rolls, but I mess it up slightly. There's a scavenger there. Of all places, huh? I don't need this mask anymore. Everyone should run safe. But you can only eat popcorn plants? It's probably not that bad. I'm planning to get back to it at some point soon. Okay. The man did throw a spear. Did you see that? Give it a moment. That was scary. Okay, no scavenger in this room. That'll kill me again. Good. Okay, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to have happen. Also, yes, Discord. Because when I and a lot of other people who stream this game and otherwise go live. Didn't do that quite right. Ooh, Ooh, I tried to explode preemptively. He really throws at a diagonal, though. That would have been amazing if I got him there. But I had all the wrong things in the wrong hands. Alright. Monk is very difficult. Go to the shelter isn't too far away. You lose a minute every time you die. Let alone anything else that you've done. That's why I don't like a lot of scavenger. Any scavenger that's high reflexes is really annoying. Because you see that? He tried to hit the bomb out of the air. He missed and killed me. That happens more often than you think it does. Because they just need to know that something in the air exists around them. And they'll just go for it. Without even knowing you are there. The heck? What was that? Why would it do that? Giant flying centipede. The bossipede. What is that? Huh? Was that a mass scav? Oh, Terraria. Terraria, we'll add this. Necessary. How does he know? I hate you. Who is he really? Man, we would have had a 25-minute. Oh, man. They would do that. It's always something different. Every time. It's never the same thing. He missed hitting my spear again. I should have just thrown a bomb like I always do. I think that's kind of necessary. Once you clear out part of it, just to blind throw a bomb. Especially if you don't hear anything across the first screen. Definitely on the second one. That was cool. It's always the ones that can throw super diagonal. That's kind of why I hold the bomb in the right hand. Because I don't want to throw it first. Kind of just gotta get lucky that not all of the scavengers have spawned yet. I'm sure all passages run. It's not that bad. What? Wasn't that spear spinning in the air? I'm confused. But I've done 100% a lot. That was not a parry. Was there another spear there that I didn't see? I saw a spear flying in the air that was spinning. There's a second spear? Okay. That's why I was confused. But also, yes, that's why we can't really fight these guys. Because they'll always know you're coming. If they know they're coming and have any reaction speed, they will parry it. I somehow missed the big group with the bomb. Hello, Leon. Hello. I almost killed the Scav King at 24 minutes. But then he throws diagonally. As of course he does. Yes, how's it been going lately? Getting a little lucky no one's spawning behind me. I tried to explode, but it didn't work. Fortunate. Maybe I was on the body, so I didn't actually touch the ground yet. Might have been what happened. Really? Oh my goodness. Hello, Zilla Riker. Yes. We're doing pretty good. I got to the Scav King at 24 minutes, but then I died to him. Zombie killed me! We already passed record? Yes. He, like, jumped up through the spear and died. Oh, goodness. away. Okay. Alright. I cannot... I have not been getting lucky with being able to press the explode fast enough on situations like that. Go away, please, stabs you. Also, yes, we need to... Whoa. I can zoom you... Oh, never mind, you live today. I'll get you with a rock. You wait. Oh, I hate it when they're right there. Do you remember it being exploded? I think they did change it, so it's easier to go down to the shelter, yes. Because I don't remember it being like that either. Like right here, I remember it being just a small climby thing. Yeah, you have to go through. I think it's a lot better that way. Because then you can actually find the thing. Low warrior cat's liver. Whoa. I hate you. He went into the pipe, somehow. Oh, goodness! Oh! It was so close! Please don't hate me. Not you, sir. He just kind of like lobbed a soft one in the air, and it somehow still hit me. Hello, Dreki, as well. Should assume that's far more obvious to find. Yes. Gonna wait. Yes, hello, Sorrel. We got past it the first time we came.
This is bad.
Hello, dot slash. Hello. That's a bad sound. It's a good sound. Don't do it. Double kill. They both throw at the same time. Their hands go through the body that's in front of them. I can do nothing. Okay, lag. I'll do it. Oh! Oh! It's him. That's bad. I don't know where that spear went. Oh, he has it now. Oh, every time I see it coming, I can't press it fast enough to block it. I knew I should have just went towards him and took the spear from him. I think that's what I need to do in that situation anyway. Really hate it when they throw so diagonally. It's so sharp. It's such an awkward distance, I can't do anything. But the room is just annoying because you can't... There's no cover. There's nothing. It is the hardest you could ever make a room for fighting scavengers. That isn't flat ground. Part be easier later in the cycle? I don't know. There are more mass scavengers at night. Somehow made it. And so, because they're scavengers, they can be anywhere, and they have to be at the tolls. Which that is a toll. How did I get thrown to the left? I might die from this. Who just got stabbed? Stop. I need to not throw the bomb in that situation. Don't pick it up. Where'd the other spear go? Of course he got stuck up there. Okay, almost died. How did you survive? Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. That was interesting. Seem to friendly fire each other a lot. It's not terribly often. Does happen sometimes. I think they can do the same exact thing that we do, where if they look a direction, that's the way they're going to throw, but the spear doesn't leave their hand immediately. This run seems like a pain. Yes, but it's really nice to run. I like it, at least. I think it's fun movement-wise, and the stuff that you do. Even if it can be really annoying at the end. I've gotten used to the beginning and through the middle at this point. But that toll is really bad. Ooh, water. I could go around back. I could. I probably still would have got a new record. But I got past the toll the first time that time. Technically, we don't need to save it all in Metro. Who's gonna do that? Really try to go up with the run? Alright. Thank you for stopping by. before the elites turn up. In my experience, with like nighttime like that, there's a period of time where both exist. Not, where one and then the others. I didn't see GS. Oh, yes, there's another mask here. What's happening? I need to relink my Discord. Apparently. Didn't want to roll there. Messed up my chain. Yes, hello, Crab Nicholson. How Metropolis spawns work? It's just scavengers. And scavengers work like scavengers work, where there's a certain amount of them, some get assigned to the tolls, and then nighttime happens, and then they change, the daytime go away, and the nighttime come out. As I understand. As far as I know, when it comes to it's true for normal creatures. As far as I know, for scavengers, they just all stay out forever. It's always under the grace period, so that's why we quit out at the beginning, because it's the beginning of the cycle and they haven't come out of their shelters yet. Which is why we allow quitting out there, because it's really annoying if you have to go through that every time at the beginning. So yes. How goes the run? Well, I'm having fun with it. There's a lot of stuff that happen that just make it interesting. As much as I want to get better at Riv, I want to run this right now. Riv, I want to set up practice saves. Surprised I didn't die. So gonna go to sleep? Alright. Thank you for stopping by. Also, yes, Crab, we got the ship at the end of the barotrauma session. Karma flower. What? Why would you have that? Let's go, no bugs. Seems fine. We didn't actually play with it yet, and I've only added the railgun to the top. This man's stuck. So we're gonna have a fun time. We need to pay 16,000 and get 75 rep with the Separatists to actually get into the next area, though. So we're gonna go back, do some things. And beat the boss dodging spears. The boss is easier than that toll. I just didn't do it right and died to it the first time. So you beat this really fast. I only died to the Scab King on that initial attempt. And then we just kept dying to the toll after that. He had no armor, too. Then we'll have cash. Yeah, we're at 55 Separatist rep. Because Def needed just 30 get. Yeah. We moved a bunch of stuff into place, but a lot of stuff got thrown in the random lockers the game felt was necessary. which did help. But everything else is just on the ground, and we've shoved in the containers that we had. We did a transport mission, but I only filled one of our transport things full of stuff. Why is he there? What are you doing? Oh, goodness. Ugh. Gee, wait. Nice. We have nothing protecting our top left. How did you even get that? Beggar. I should just go up. How did I not even get him before? There was a floating spear there. So now what is this? What does that mean? Yes. That was interesting. I think we're running out of time, though. Well, we have a decent bit of time left. It's him. The dude. That was a mistake. Might die. I think next time we just go for that room. We're getting another body. Lost a lot of time, but it's fine. What's happened here? Still scary jump. Okay. We'll go and see how well we do. Does this guy have a spear in him? No. Go away. we didn't have the long cycle, I don't think we would have made it. Hello, Evo. Hello. I was gonna ask you earlier to play Deep Rock Galactic, but then I fell asleep for an hour and a half. Yes. Should get some rest. It is good. I got to meet some people today, which was nice as well. So yes, hope you are well as well, Crab and Evo. Also, yes, again, thank you for the work on the new submarine, because all that really will help. The best part about the new submarine, all of the electrical panels slowly die much, much faster due to the high voltage everything runs at. Which means increased chance of random fires. Crab, help me, I'm stuck in waterfront. What are you trying to do? Where are you trying to go? Are you just trying to get out? Get out while you still can. Have to drop the rock console. I mean, even then, it still runs hot. Let me out. Not playing that, wasn't feeling it. Don't worry about it. You're not okay with it. Always love to see when you do. It's purple in here. Ended up being pretty late and the game crashed. Okay. Wasn't feeling the bigger crew. We actually had less than usual this time. At least through most of it. We only had 6 for a good amount. Because Crab and Cinemonsters weren't there. And Inticus fell asleep. Assumably at the keyboard. I don't know why I carried the scav up here again. Or at least, I don't know what else happened. Just, they were still in the game. I messaged them and they got back to me in the morning. And they were just like, sorry, I fell asleep. They were just standing there in the game the whole time. So I don't know what happened. I just made sure that they're okay. Also, for people who don't know, you can listen to the intro of the stream. Inticus just finished the music I commissioned them for, and I love it very much. Where are you trying to go? Oh, yes. Literally anywhere. Like they're playing Artie. I mean, yes, Spearmaster. Spearmaster can be there. Go away. Yeg. Yeg. Hello, the real Notorious Taco. forget what else. But yeah, we only, at the end of the session, we only just got into the new ship. We haven't actually done anything. We don't have all the gun slots filled. There are 6 guns and a lot of periscopes that just look outside the ship. So it'll be cool. There's a lot of small things that just don't need to be there that I don't entirely understand. There's a dedicated button to immediately overload the reactor. That's my favorite button. There's turbo mode. I don't understand. That's not what it does, but I have not seen it do otherwise. But also the reactor starts with 4 rods in it for some reason. Definitely press the button. There's a bunch of levers next to where the captain is. And one of them just increases fission. Like infinitely, seemingly. And I could not stop it even when turning it off. There's also a turbo mode, which I don't know what that does. But it does make us go faster somehow. Which I don't know how you do that. I am happy to go faster though. I have wanted to try to... There's some ships that have 2 engines. I think that would be cool. You probably go really fast. Probably broken too. Let's be honest. How did that guy even get up there? Compared to all of his friends. Engines or reactors? Engines. 2 engines. It's like the last... I don't know. You can crush things against walls, but I don't know if we can just run into them to hurt them. I'd do that anyway. Beware. I do that. We also finally finished the first cultist mission. We finally got them through without killing them. Torpedo ourselves in the Antwerp? No. Lol, why? Because sometimes there is no other option, or I know that it'll be fine. Because they're completely pinned to the thing and they can barely hit it. And they fly off. You want to keep the speed, generally. So I do that. If I'm going high speed into a tight corridor and they're right there, I'm not going to try to turn around. I'm going to ram them. Because if you try to turn around, then you're dead in the water when they hit you. And then you're sinking. You're not going to be moving anymore. I've found it that it is more likely that you're going to get less holes if you don't stop. Exterior underhang. Don't enter pebbles from underhang. Who said you could be here? Heading towards subs, really bad idea. You can do whatever you want. Do not spear me across the room. Okay. Kill the man. He lives today merely by my convenience. I was like, surely it'll hit the circle. Hits the circle, gets dragged down because it's a slope. This is what I live with. It was so straight of a shot. I'm surprised. He did that from the other side of the room. I tried to go as low as I could, too. Instead of going high. To not give him the ability to hit me. Explore and mess about. Also, we found out which things Can you look up on the wiki for me, either Crab or Evo, how do you get sulfurite? Where can you get it? Apparently it is the rarest material. Also, we finally figured out how to get sodium, and it's using salt mine. So we're actually going to plant those now. Because we are so... just don't have it. Because you can't buy it anywhere. Anywhere that sells fulgurium or the sulfurite, it's only one. And we need more than one. But we've been to so many places and they're just not there. You loot or deconstruct stuff. The deconstructing is of the alien trinkets, which somehow I put 8 of them into the railgun rack and then they all disappeared. That was cool. I loved that. So glad that happened. I wonder if they still existed and just now we have them again. Some stuff the game thought we had, but you can buy them. They only sell one at a time. Use item finder? I don't know anymore. It should have been there, but it wasn't. Well, now we'll see if it exists because everything's moved to the new sub. But also, I know we only have one sulfurite because I just bought it. Alien Euros deconstruct them to it. I know that. Owie. With them from Rex and Alien Rose, yeah. But is there a thing that we can make? Is there like a plant or a pet we can get it from? Is there an easy way to get a lot of it that's not random looting? Mention Inticus intro track? Yes. Inticus made the new intro track. Is looted only, other than the one buy thing. Looted from Rex and Alien Ruins. Looks like we just go into more Alien Ruins then. Is Alien Curio? Yeah. The square Alien Curio. Specifically, because there's like a dodecahedron one too. Fulgurium's also really rare. You don't get that one by a lot. The T10 Curio. Pretty sure it's not, unless it's both. I know it's the cube though, as far as I'm aware. Which one does the cube come from then? Also, I thought there was 3 curios, but I've never found the third one. Ambient regular today's vulture track? Yes. Yes. I'm glad you like it. I think Inticus did great. I'm redesigning a lot of things that I'm intending for stream. And that is the first step in that. I thought about waiting till I had everything else. That was annoying. But we have that now. Deconstructs into oxygen shard. Okay, we do not care about oxygen at all. Even though I've been buying a bunch of shit, you can't turn it into liquid oxygenite. Which huh? Literally, why? Can you even make liquid oxygenite? And why can't I make it from an oxygenite shard? Been very confused. My phase from downpour, yes. They deconstruct into them. Really? So you don't craft them, you just deconstruct them? No wonder why I couldn't tell, because I'm like, surely you fabricate them into it, right? Yep. Does that mean sulfurite deconstructs into sulfur? Sulfur isn't real. So no. Also, none of the doors on the new ship are automatic. Made me drop my spear. I hate you. So we're gonna have to hook them all up. So be aware. No, I think it'd be funnier if we have to hook them up. Hmm. We have to destroy the walls. Do you, though? Also, good. Good. A lot of the airlock stuff I find annoying, but it can be fine. I didn't eat. Well, it's time to one-shot this. It's time to see if this toll is better in the middle of the cycle. Yes, the motion sensors have to be put above the floor. But, I don't know, you just hook it into the door, I assume, and a motion sensor, and that's it. It's toggle state.
They're here. This is bad.
For the fall, I'll make it hardcore. He dodged all of them. I hate you. Okay. Alright. Alright. Don't do it. Oh. I'm about to pass out for the night. Recommend this place. Cool. I'm glad to see it's getting recommended places. Cut the smooths. If I beat this guy in 1 minute, it's a new personal best. Okay. Pushed me to the left again, which is unfortunate. He parried it. Probably shouldn't have done that. Might die. I need to not do the point blank on him. I'm gonna reset. Because we weren't able to save because I didn't eat. But it was good because we got delayed a lot earlier anyway. So yes, if you are going to sleep, thank you for stopping by. But otherwise, we're just doing attempts of this because I find it really fun. Because you get to bet on certain parts of which is harder or not, and which places you want to do safe or not. I've been awake for 24 hours. Okay. That'll probably be better. Happy? What? Does that mean? Alien Curios, the D20 deconstructs into sulfurite shards. Alien Trinket is the cube. Oxygenite. The ornament is a different thing, which is Psychorium. Yeah, I know the ornament. Because we have that a decent amount of times. Artie is close. Hmm. How much farther does it get? It's really close. I didn't realize. Oh. Low nano ferret. Oh. Yep. Did you win Discord challenge? It's the only thing I need to know. 3, 2, 1. Didn't grab the right pole. That's fine. Monk story percent routing? I forget what we decided on Monk story for routing. Didn't very happy about it. Cool. What are you doing for a route for Monk story? I guess is the better way to put it. His Monk story should be cape and 2 neurons. Go away. Didn't get a good vulture, at least I wasn't thinking about it. This is a Karma 3 scav, that's unfortunate. If I get to the wall again, someone needs to tell me to let go of the scavenger. Because I don't need it. Okay, that was unfortunate. Need to wait. Close out expand sending. I wasn't sure if we decided on expand sending or not, but I think that is better. I also do think we should allow Monk extended breath again. I feel like it's unnecessary for it to be off, especially for story. Oh. Want to get started on dinner? Alright. Thank you for stopping by. I feel like I might turn on barrel trauma and just sort stuff before Friday. Because I keep thinking about it. Please don't do that. Wow, that spear went farther than I expected it would. He bounced it. I keep just wanting to play it, and I want it to all work. Just wait till Friday? No. I want to touch everything. All of it. Plant some plants, just stand there so they grow. Yes. People are missing out. I'm not doing 2 times a week. I mean, I'm just going to do it by myself. And we don't do any missions. It's just me in the ship. Also, do you know the mini nuke is for the grenade launcher? Literally, who did this? Literally, who? Fight him. Good. Let me go through, though. Okay. Alright. This is no because it's gonna drive me nuts. I will put everything in the purposeful wrong spot just for you. But also, I'll probably just be in Discord randomly. No, it's time to move everything just to the medical facility. Go away. I should get a scab body from these guys for camera 4, but that's fine. Railgun shells and engineering. Well, the fact that you have to go far away just to get to the armory and it's not directly next to the... It is directly next... Never mind. We broke down 2 walls so you can walk from the armory to where the guns are. Because those walls are annoying. They don't need to be there. Tell me these things, we edit them. So the glass... So in the armory, both the wall on the left and the right of it, we broke them down. That being the glass one and the one where the guns are. Also the... Actually don't need this. I shouldn't take it from him. What is it? The... The safes... Oh, actually, no, never mind. You should probably be able to activate it. But no one can get into the room with the depth charge launchers. Except for me and probably security. Some dingus wasn't able to, at least. Glass where the cargo is? Yes. It's because it is dangerous. Keeps the door forced open. Alright. Maybe I was wrong. I know that they weren't able to open it, and I was. Please be scavengers here. I need one. You're not a scavenger. Guess we'll just stand here for a bit. There's no spears in this whole room. I don't even see rocks. Don't need him. True. I will consume you. Dudes! Lads even! He killed him! This is mine now. Thank you. That didn't work out. I need that. Can you bring that up to me? Okay, don't. Is this my friend? Rain timer. I don't think we're gonna make it. Don't do it. Okay. I thought he was gonna leave forever. But we got him just in time. No. Probably just reset. Get back here. I will consume you. Oh. I'll make it to the wall, but I'm not happy about that. How many grenades gonna kill a Leviathan? Grenades aren't that powerful. And I don't remember their health. Oh, it's the long one. Still wouldn't have made it as far as I wanted to. Bad time to choose to do that. I don't know the health. They would have passed the gate. I would have been. I don't care about getting past the gate. I don't want to sleep at the bottom of the wall. That's why I don't care. Also, yeah, there's just a lot of places. Like every single wall in the sub could just be a door. Crab Nicholson. I almost feel I don't even know. I don't even know. It seems like it's too much. Doors could be automatic. That's too bad. Got you up and up. I'm just thinking about how it could change. I like it. So I'm just thinking about things. I almost feel like keep it with the walls so it's really annoying. I don't even know why they designed it to be like that because it just feels so big with the amount of walls that exist. But it's really not like that big. Make them automatics, yes. Just keep the manual. Do not change that. Red. Do not do it. You will learn. Do it manually. You just have to buy 2 motion detectors and some wire. Okay, we got Karma 4 this time. Move. Cool. He's there now. That's... Also, it's been 2 hours. Deep blue sky. Yes. I was tabbed out because I needed to see the poll thing. Vote for a poll. Do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. What's going on here? I don't think there was much could have done there without waiting really long. Other ones because of scabs or not? I would say yes, but mostly right at the end. Solo my username, that is mine. Everything's else is as you'd think it would be, and then you're carrying a body the whole time, so you gotta get used to that. Well, a little less than half the run. Like 10 minutes. Get that intro movement. Oh. It's pretty bad RNG. Game crashes at the end. I've yet to have that happen personally. I can't believe he took that. He's gonna get me. He's gonna get me. Also, if you get that crash again, might be good to send the exception log. Never had that problems. We quit out on the ending sequence to make it automatically spawn us in submerged superstructure. But also, we don't have a problem with it crashing. You can just relaunch the game again. Especially because it's a very known thing. You lose karma even with the flower. That's weird. The mint creature. I have him. I'll do it. Like how he spit at me right at the end as he was leaving the room. Both got one eye. Love exploding things, of course. Rain World is now TF2. 9 slugs. Is Pain Cat the spy? Knew it. Ever grabbed the red lizard? I haven't seen... Oh, I haven't seen that one specifically. Grab the red lizard. It's a pipe? Yes, it's in base game. People forget it exists. Spearman. Chat distracted you? I'm not wearing my headphones because I can't hear anything. I cannot hear anything. So if I don't see it, I don't know it's there. And I couldn't explode on that ledge, really. That would be Slay as well. Oh. Vote in the poll, it's your right. Do it. This man's got those tiny arms. Was it the cutscene? Yes. Why did I stop moving left? Did the guy really steal the scav? Bagger. I didn't see him actually take it. That vulture really came over here. Whole hog? Low ice Toblerones. Whoa. I didn't actually get to see F-Zero at all. How did that go? Hobie. Rob Nicholson is relating to you on a friendly level. Way better than before. What is different though? I'm communicating with my fellow chat member. Okay, that was annoying. Fletcher's doing Garfield cart? Who did this? Why did you allow this? Is it multiplayer though? That's the real question. Component HDMI converter, HDMI capture. It's a GameCube game, right? I think that might be what I'm doing for Phantasy Star. Go away. It's mine. Low capo trap. I almost beat the game in 24 minutes, but then I died to the King Scav. He had no armor and everything. He did the diagonal throw of death. Okay. Alright. That was cool. Playing on Wii. That makes sense. Was in the Scav King randomly. Just need to do it a little bit better. How? 2 of you voted? Why? He's mine. How did I grab him? On the explosion. Didn't even see there was a vote. It was there for 10 minutes. Losing the Scav King randomly. Scav King is easier than the toll before him. I think Trish without me at Tom. I'm actually okay with it, personally. The remake of RE4. Which one do you guys want to see? That's the real question. I did it. You will vote. Yes. Game? 3D modeling is a game. I mean, what would you rather want me to stream? Is the question. Why are you there? When will diagonal poles be added? No. No. I want to see the jank. I mean, if it works like reindeer antlers, it's probably not that bad. Is this rain? And I thought we were doing good. Do we have to save at the bottom of the wall? Might have to. Go away. There's always so many in this room. Please be a good rain. Doesn't seem like it's a good rain. No. Where's my scover? No. Average 1. How do I even have points? That really slow your time down? Yes. Took a bit longer than I wanted to. When you stay in every rain. Every time the rain timer ends, it decides on one of the few modes of how it's going to end and start the rain. And then there's a certain intensity that does certain effects as time goes on. It's like how there's a certain intensity of the rain that'll make you just start flying, well, start getting slightly stunned. Which is what is on that one room in the wall is. Please, Vulture. No Vulture. Why are you here? We're still 2 and 2 on votes. So close. But yeah, there's like a percentage from 0 to 100, and a certain percentage of intensity of rain kills you, is all I know. Simple true false. Kinda. So if you'll notice, if you have air tracker on, and if you're doing pre-cycle stuff, you can die to the pre-cycle from drowning. So there's some things that kind of happen otherwise at certain intensities. You're going to be in areas with no water whatsoever. But that might just be pre-cycle stuff as well. Actually, I think we're going to stop with this for now. It's arena time. Spider dart sleep. Spider dart sleep. Let's do this one. There was a fruit thing there. I need to get the egg bug, but he's being angry right now with me. Does he die to this? Well, not in this situation. There we go. Come to me. Does he sink? No. Just want to play video games or model right now. I don't know. Is there a longer timer? I feel like it should be raining already. Where is the missing food? Where is it? Show yourself. I don't know where it is unless it's in here. Oh, I see it. No. You have to go back to that? No, I don't. Because I ate it. It was a bubble fruit. It was a bubble fruit. Nothing wins. Everything is a lie. He's dead now. Tomorrow then? Nope, we have to do it again. It's because we have to. The only way. No. I'm just gonna do modeling. Just gonna do modeling then. I forgot there's a hazer up there. Barrel stream, organizing stream. Do people want that? We could do that. feel like that's not interesting. I will end stream early to do that. People want. Finally understand the boat. No. No understanding. Yay! For 1 hour? It won't take that long. We moved a lot of stuff already. Do you now understand the boat? Well, we bought the new one. It's to understand the boat. That's what they meant. Hello, Spampton with a gun. Hello. Where's it going? Spamton. Achieved enlightenment, but now you have to Spamton Neo. Alright. No more Rain World. Now it is time for 3D modeling. It's the only way. Did I get my points back? You should have. Because they were definitely given back. For 1 time the pumps were revoked. Yeah, I don't understand that. No more Slugcat. We will do Slugcat again on Tuesday. Now we make the Slugcat. There's an audio for this animal? What? I shall not look up worms. I love the Galaxy Rainworm. Just worms. What did you expect? It's just worms. It's just, you know, worms. You heard our Lord and Savior. Worms. So this is the song that Inticus just finished for me. Inticus made songs for the videos showcasing Rain World. You could say this Rain World music. Basically, I told him if Saint had a song called Ascent that was chill, and involved the left side of the big snow area that is a spoiler, what would it sound like? Let's use jingle bells. No. 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 I don't want that. Whoa. Right. Low Ferncroft. Whoa. The Rivulet. Mm. So right now, I'm gonna be decreasing how wide they are. What do we think? What do we think about it? How does it feel? Pretty good. Mm. Mm. Okay. We'll take a break. Tell me what you guys think as you stare at it. And I'll be right back. I don't know what that was. What was that? It was the ad for the new movie they're trying to say is John Wick, but it's the Wild West. I didn't know there would be an ad in the middle of it. I'm not actually back. I'm making pizza things. Pizza things. Kind of pizza things. Tiny pizza things? Not Hot Pocket things. It's the tiny square things. Just a really weird song. Pizza bagels? No. Don't remember the name. The Tortino's pizza thing? Didn't even hear anything. Mm. John Wick meets Sisu. Just as I sat back down. Why does it have so many ads in this one music thing? I didn't think it would. Alright, quickly, we must change to Pizza Tower. Where's the one I'm looking for? There it is. Kill. Ah, yes. Come on, Mr. DJ. I have pizza rolls. Mmm. I should play this game on stream. There's a lot of games I should play on stream. The audio level seem good. Ugh. Ugh. Huge leaf. Song names are amazing. Try to guess what the name of this song is. All of them are pizza or Italian food related. Currently, we're in the tropical area. So it's tropical related too. Pizza Funk? No. This the music from Pizza Tower? Yes. But not the specifics. Because I have the soundtrack. Shazam isn't worthy, I can't cheat. Okay, the song name is yes, put the tree on my pizza. Yes. I need it on the pizza. I know they're not using that Twitter anymore. Makes me think I should ask them if I should reference them differently. There's so many random things that are sampled in this soundtrack. Like, what am I listening to right now? What is this? Monkey? Monkey. I hate this. But no one's really gonna see it, so. Xenoblade 3? Didn't even know there was a third one. Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah, I did. Alright. Have a good night. I love this song. One of my favorite areas in Wario Land 4 was the one with the alligators. This one reminds me of it for some reason. Alligator. Don't like the level it plays in. I've never played the game. I've listened to the soundtrack like 10 times though. Play it on stream then. We need to finish Resident Evil though. We're only like halfway, maybe. I'm liking it a lot more. We need to bring it smaller though. So we look at this guy and we see basically feathers on the head. I'm thinking we don't do that. Kind of hard to do. It wouldn't look good the way I do it, at least. I guess is the way to put it. I definitely would have to like really know what I'm doing to make something like that. People tend to like this song a lot, apparently. Which I get it, but I don't know. I don't want to listen to this song all the time compared to others. I don't. Too cool. Hello, Jocelyn, as well. You're welcome. Funky guitar noises. I like the crunchy guitar more. Plan the work on video games. Don't feel like you need to know everything. It's a thing that I'll say. How much do you know of 3D modeling right now? Is the one thing I'll want to ask. Because you should understand the workflow. I will agree. This doesn't look good. Nothing, just learning how to program? Oh, no more music. It's time for serious music that I don't have. Cool. What song is this one? An ad. Let's not play that one. All right. Step 1. Have a concept art. You need a concept artist or someone otherwise that has a general idea of what they're creating to be able to actually make what they're doing. At which point some 3D modelers could then either take the art as it is and make what they're doing, or they'll want a ref sheet like this one. I recommend a T-pose comparative to an A-pose in my experience, but an A-pose is sometimes good depending on what you're doing. Basically just means it's like what angles are you actually posing the characters at more often than not. But in stuff for VTuber stuff, it's easier as a T-pose because it enforces a T-pose. It's better as an A-pose for other animation because it's not going to bend too much from that A. If that makes sense. You don't want parts to bend a lot. The next part is the modeling part, which is technically what we're doing right now. Except I'm just editing a base that I've already created just to put the ruffles here. The next part is the rigging. Either the rigging or the texturing you do another way, but you should probably do rigging first. Which is just making this thing. Look at this thing. So everything's going to be along the lines, essentially. So now the one thing about the rigging is you got to do stuff like weight painting. The weight painting is essentially how much does each bone actually move or affect things. This thing controls the animation, right? Pretty much. So if the head bone's moving, which is this bone, this is what is going to be moving, essentially. And then other bones will be related to it, but this bone specifically affects these areas. This bone specifically affects these areas. This one does these areas. I just have it all automatic. But generally, you'll have someone actually painting these colors instead of it just being an automatic gradient, which in a lot of cases the automatic doesn't get what you want. Also, I have the eye bone simply because I'm having everything flex quite a lot in these models that I don't want the eyes to flex, if that makes sense. So I'm making sure that they're stable here. The next part is the texturing, which the first part of that is the UV, which essentially is me drawing all of these lines. All the red lines is just cutting up the piece in the different pieces. In which case you end up with a giant horrible mess like this, and because I've added a bunch of stuff, it's going to look completely wrong. And not in line with what it's supposed to be. The texture map, you could say that. But what matters is just, this is part of the mesh. I don't know which part, because we're not looking at it right now. And that just correlates to whatever part it is. Like if it's this part that's cut out, it's going to exist in here. And then you can move it around the texture, and that'll take that certain part of the texture. And the way I do it is just use this giant map here and just move around. Then you have to do the actual texturing, and then you do the shading as well. And generally, each one of those steps, a different person would do them. Is the one thing. Did you start this model today? No, I did not. So this one's based off of the one you're looking at right now for Artie, except I made this spike stuff here. Right now I've just been editing this. I was doing Artie speedruns for a while today. What software is this? So Blender, it's on Steam. It's also just free. I don't actually know why it's on Steam. It's kind of weird. But Blender is free. You should try it. Just use it. Otherwise, more professional ones are going to be like Maya for just modeling. And then there's a lot of other specific things. I think it's ZBrush that's good at the sculpting. I was trained in Maya for only an intro course, but still. What do we feel about the ruffles? How does everyone feel? I feel like right here just isn't good enough. Yes, hello, Grinmore. I want to feel them. Okay. So yes, I have a feeling you have a lot more experience than I do when it comes to modeling in general, Grinmore. I might be wrong about that, but I don't know. Let me know if anything looks too weird. I have done some weird stuff just to try to get some definition. Music production and mixing. So this is very alien to me. Just understanding what is possible with 3D modeling is very important. You don't need to know the buttons, at least not like immediately. Of course you want to know it'll make things faster when you're actually doing it yourself. But that is just what I would tell you. It's to try not to let the technology scare you. I guess is a big thing. Like one big thing that helps a lot, just me. I've already forgotten how to do it. Oh, just being able to select a whole line by pressing Control and Alt. And then I press Control and R, and then I can add a line, which is a bunch of vertices. Now they're just there. Stuff like that. And then I can select these three and do extrude. And so now there are the faces on each side and then the 4 points that came out. And the more important thing is when you get a bunch together. And now this meshes really, really well. Topology looks fine to me. Okay. But yeah, I try not to go too crazy with topology because whenever I did it initially, I went too much. And I just worried about it. So I try to do it a lot lower. And then if I go higher, top of the head, did I accidentally grab one? Yeah, I did grab a few, huh? That must have been a little while ago. Smooth vertices. Good enough. I'm gonna turn down the music for me. Alright, I'm gonna roll with these ruffles. I kind of don't like it for some reason. I don't really know how to explain it. I'm already forgetting how to bring these vertices back. Alt-H, right? Okay, there we go. Also, very important, look at the bottom of the screen. I see the naming convention I use down here. So I'm using the Slugcat base, so I call it Slugcat. Then I do the name of the Slugcat. Then I do the year. Then I do the month, and then the day, and then I do a number version that starts at 00, then goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Every single time you do a major change, you need to update whatever the days are, months are, years, and then the dash 00 will change to 0, 1, 2, 3 every single time you do it during the day. In my opinion, you should save a bunch of versions instead of just over-saving the same one over and over again. Good, cool space shooter game. But you can trust the process. You need... I guess one of the important things you need to do is... One, if someone else saw this if I just made it work right now, they would agree that it looks really, really good. And they know nothing about 3D modeling themselves. Because only the people that really know 3D modeling will be able to even know issues or tell you if something's wrong. In a lot of ways, I feel like the same thing's for music. And there's a point where you need to tell yourself you at least just need to move on from the project, is what I have learned quite a lot. This is way closer than I want it to be. That's fine. I don't like how this is all cut. I mean, look at this. What is this? Do I want to put a seam there? I kind of want this to be its own thing. So now we're going to look at the texturing stuff. So now, well, the UV in this case. So now because I extruded it like this, it thinks a bunch of these vertices part of the eyes. I want to put it into the extra texture in this case. So I just want to make sure everything as it is. Also, one thing I like to say when it comes to me 3D modeling Slugcat, legs are not easy, especially with Slugcat, because no one knows what this looks like. And I've taken a long time getting a design that I like. It's been a lot of different iterations between a lot of very different models that I've made, just to kind of getting something that looks and moves nice. If you notice in a lot of other people's models that make Slugcat, it just looks like extremely baggy pants, and all of this is just like an amorphous blob, and then there's just feet at the bottom. Which there's stuff like that. Just depends on what you want and how much time you're willing to put into making it well in the way you want. I don't know. I just like to talk about these lakes because I spend a lot of time into them. And I know other people don't really do that for the Slugcat model, and you're not going to see it nearly as much. But it bends very well and looks good. It's a fat tail. Yes. I thought it would be more interesting. I just want to see how everything is mixed right now. Why is it still... No, never mind. It makes more sense for Spearmaster that the tail's like this. But it's fine. Do 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 do. Ba 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 da ba da ba ba boo. Ba 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 do. Do 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 do. Mmm. Pig City. I don't know what that means. So let's unwrap this. So one thing to look at, UV editing. This is what it looks like right now. It's the level this music plays in. Okay. But if I don't do it in here, back here, this is selected. Always forget what the command is. Where's unwrap? Why is it so hard to find? Blender. Unwrap. It's just you. It's just you. Okay. So now that it's unwrapped, it'll actually look okay. However, we obviously don't want it like this. So generally, to see if you're doing your unwrapping right, which is us drawing all these lines and then making each section the texture we want it to be, you have some sort of square texture, like this is a big square texture, and if anything looks like it's super stretched on this, then you're doing it wrong. I kind of don't care and just make it good enough. But you still try to cut it well into good islands. Don't know why. So now if we look at that again, looks a little bit better. We've still got a lot going on there. Hello, got, ew, I can't even say it. Got to, gatito. Can't even say it. I'm sorry. Are you doing this for some, ooh, for a project or for fun? So if you see the model I'm doing for VTuber in the bottom right, this is based off um, the same base that I've created. This case, we're now making this guy. And so what I'm just doing is adding this section that we've added here, and I'm trying to, well, now just unwrap it so it's actually going to have its new texture on correctly. Yes. So I'm using it for a new VTuber thing. I want to make it available on like Gumroad or stuff at some point, but I have not even looked into that yet, and I haven't cared just yet. So eventually, something like that. But right now, we're moving in the UV modeling. But yes, character from Rain World. I need to think about how I want to unwrap this. How did I do this before? I've done shapes like this before, but it's been such a long time. Also, yes, if there's questions about anything I'm doing, please let me know. I'm not exactly the best when it comes to modeling, but I have been messing with the VTuber models for a while now. I feel like I should mess with VR chat, but I just don't know anything about that. I know me doing stuff like this isn't that different, though. That's not very good. Should split each of the 3 islands. I don't want that. See what that looks like. I don't think that'll be a problem. I think I'm making it more complicated than it needs to be. I hate how it places these. I don't want to change the size because that changes a lot. But we don't want anything near each other. Like this is unacceptable for texturing. It's not using this texture, but I think it's still the same size anyway. I'm a little happier about that. Why'd I have to make it this size? Let's go back to the other one. Where is my tools? Here we are. What? Oh yeah, it's the mirror. Never mind. I need to change that later. How do I want to do this? Is that a good color? Let's go with a lighter color. Texture missing color. Flying squirrel flap. Yeah, it's a bit messed up right now. I'm just thinking about the color. I'm sorry if that's weird. I don't think I'm gonna get what I want. Like this. Do I want to do it like that? Could. I want to get rid of that gradient. I don't like painting in the actual model because it does gradients like this. I always want to paint past the line a bit because it always picks up more than it even should visually. I've been burned by that enough. Okay. Is there like a black dot there? I think I just paint everything and then we just go from there. Oh man, these colors are hurting my eyes. Oh goodness. Probably not the best way to paint this. We get our general idea. How, okay, I can fix the details as we go on, but how do we want to actually do this? Do we want to slow gradient into it? Kind of just cut it? Should I, so I guess the question is, gradient going this way? into the blue or gradient going... let's go blue into pink. I don't think it'll matter much. This is annoying. It's hitting all the other parts. What is that? Why does that look like garbage? Excuse me? Become painted? How does that look like that? What's going on there? Is it the outside of it? It might be the outside of it. Okay. How do we want to do this gradient now? Could do a smear or a soften. say this is a pretty chill stream. That's generally how it goes with the 3D modeling. Oh, it's the nice man. How did that happen? Much better. I think the smooth vertices is doing it for me. I could keep it blocky and then subdivide it later. Hello, Evo. Yes. I think we're doing good with this. I just need to get a really good gradient with it. Oh, hello. Hello, everyone from Ruby's stream. Hello. What was Ruby streaming today? Also, hello, everyone. I'm a speedrunner for the game Rain World. I also do 3D modeling, which is what we're doing right now. We're making a new VTuber for the rivulet character. I already have the RD one, which is right here. And so we're working on rivulet. I need to change the rig in a bit, but we're getting the ruffles ready. Yes. Hello, anemone rose. I don't even know how to say that. I'm sorry. An ephemeris. Hello. But yes, I'm just thinking about how I want to do some of these. Anemone. But yes, hello. I would assume more Rain World, but I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the best way I want to do this gradient. Riv is lovely. Hyperlight Drifter today? Cool. Run into walls the game. I love that game. Had to take a dog out. Understandable. I know Ruby likes to do a lot of quick breaks in the raids in the stream again. But yes, we're not doing anything too crazy today. We're doing Artificer speedruns earlier. I almost got what I think it would be the new world record But then I died to the Scab King. He had no armor left. Hello, amazing Libby. Whoa. What's the best time we have right now for that? 30-10, and I would have had a 25. They still submitted runs, though. Oh, no, Cowboy Trap got a 26. No, they got a 25-56. I would have gotten a low 25. I'm going to skip this one. I'm over that song. Yes. I need to figure out how to gradient. How does one gradient? Is gradient even real? I don't like the soften effect. What is this? What is that? Okay, maybe we'll try it. Can we see ingredients? I don't know. Why don't we just undo that? All right. Let's go sphere with blue and like 50%. Nope. Is there a pointy one? Sharper. I like that. It's a little too close. This song is great. I've never played Castlevania. This is why I would assume would be Castlevania in a song. Just keep it on sharp. Well, this is the song with the clock tower sound bits. Clock tower. Clock towel. Fish day. Yes. Why is it gotta be so shiny? True render. They're all bad. Popsicles. I did add an extra shine for Riv. Maybe it was a bit too early. It's water. Man, I've accidentally hit a lot of random areas, and that is unhappy. There's like spray paint everywhere. Look at this garbage. Surely no one will notice that. We noticed. You're not gonna notice it in the model, though. Is there any more spray paint residue anywhere? Is the gradient good enough? That's the real question. It's gonna look different in the shader. But what do we think? Should I make it even darker purple on the end? This is hard to do without affecting everything. How do I, like, only take these in isolation? Okay. Hello, whacking Onyx Panther. Hello. Welcome to Rivulet. Welcome to I don't know how to texture things, so we're gonna do it like this. It's a lot of extra residue I'm throwing everywhere. Thought I just dealt with that too. It's weird low poly. I should just change to high poly. I like keeping low poly as long as I can though. Or just keep it low poly forever. Low poly looks nice when you do it right. Yeah. Kind of like a push and pull going on here. I feel like there's got to be an easier way to do this. I really don't want to do it on this, as I've learned. Need to stop doing huge radius, even though I want to. There's a bunch of dirt in my screen, and I'm just like, what is that? Oh, it's dirt. I think I need to stop touching it. I'm the dirt. Oh, how could you? How's the specular affecting over there? Oh, it's not the specular. That was just me messing up the painting. If you don't touch it. No. No, we don't want. I didn't save it, so it's all gone now. I hate Blender so much sometimes. Cool. I just wanted to touch up the other thing. You can't. You have to save it every second. The textures are horrible how this is set up. You just move away and it just goes away. I don't understand why they do this. I was literally done. And I'm like, oh, are we gonna do the rigging now? Nope. You'd think there would be a warning? Something? Oh. You just press it and look at a different one? It's all gone. It's all gone now. At least I turned off the specular so I can at least see it a little bit better. Rather than having the external. I don't know how you do it not external. I guess is the question. I've always done external in a lot of cases on purpose so I can change it manually. This is mostly used for the eyes because I pattern it. I love this part of the song. Kind of did that too hard. I hate that little strip. Can you show an overview? Just a little bit. All right, I'm gonna hit that. All right. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. We're going to have to do magical sorting session of all time. All while we have no money. Magical what? Sorting session on the ship, like we were talking about earlier. I hate you. Going to bed? Okay. Thank you for stopping by, Mr. Nosuke. Good night. Hitting space bars. Focus on stream. I think I am good here with this model. What kind of model are you working on? Is it figure for my own work from fuzzies? Sum it up. Zelda mapping. Also, overview. Sorry I didn't do it earlier. The tail's messed up. Don't look at it. We're dealing with that later. It'll be fine. It's just mirrored right now. Split open like popcorn. Yes. Dark Matt, what's happening? Were you streaming the whole time? Hello. How's it going? Are you Zelda mapping of all time? Who's Dominic? Okay. I don't know what that means. But hello. I don't know the secret of talking while working on things yet. I'm mostly here just to talk to people. That's the secret. Finishing the project is secondary. Doesn't mean I'm not working on it hard, though. Oh, I was gonna do something, I'm already forgetting. Oh, yes, the... I hate how it does this. So you can kind of like see a seam, like just the blue in between areas. If it's not filled out a bit more, and I don't know how you deal with that in a good way, at least. I don't know if that makes sense. I do this? But also, how did that go? How did your project stuff go? And what is it about? Because I don't know what a genomic is. But also don't feel like you have to say things if you were streaming. Okay, time to actually save it. Where? think we are good here. This looks really weird. Hmm. Observe him. Hmm. Why are you like this? Thought I was able to copy bones. Hmm. I'm just doing it wrong. Copied one selected objects. Don't think that's doing what I'm wanting it to do. Okay. How complicated do you think it should be? Cool. Let's go with 4 for now. Go the base here. Put you here, you here. I think we do 4 in it. Yeah. For the big one, at least. Weird. Should we have a cheekbone? I don't know if that would work that well. Spiky creature. Okay. Could to a cheekbone. Just we wouldn't know what that would look like till much later, though. Hmm. Not really, at least. Just right here. I think that's not good. I like the movement we're getting here. I'm thinking I'm in a different program right now. Someone's calling. It's pizza. Okay. I'm gonna stop looking at it, even though I know it's wrong. I think we're done here. Pizza. You always have the furry mouse at all times. Arctic Fox, yes, they are very good. Surprised that they were able to get the prefix soft. Oh. Okay, I think we're at the point where I stop, as everything we have at this point can be exported to FBX. Moises prefix. I don't know what X water is. Exported a second time. We're gonna not export these things. Is there anything else that I need to change? No. I hate leaf bones. Turn that off. You still love Mario Maker? Okay. Pokemon. Okay, I'm done. I was kind of thinking about doing Resident Evil, but it is also getting late. And I don't want to stream even if I do a bit more stuff, because I feel like I cannot handle it. All right, I'm going to stop stream. Thank you all for watching. Let me see who to host. All right. We have Brazil Riker. They were in stream earlier. Or we can host someone that I've never hosted before that's playing an entirely different game. Choose quickly. Spit it out. Decide for me so I have no agency over my life. Save modified image. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, actually. That's fine. I can just draw over them later. Let's see what people are doing. No agency. I feel like I said that wrong. But our room scavenger and Rizilla Riker are both streaming the Rain World. Let me check what the other person's doing. Doing stuff and things. I don't know. I want to host the other person, but I know Rizilla Riker's still streaming. That's why I'm not sure what to choose here. Flip a coin? Oh no. It has rolled a 2, which means we have to host Rizilla Riker. It's all over. Unless it always rolls 2 on the first thing. Nope. Okay. Great channel. So they're also a 3D modeling person. They're doing Rainworld things. They're the creator of the Spider Slug Cat mod for Rainworld. People here for 3D modeling normally do Rainworld stuff. So we're sending it over to a Rainworld person. All right, I'm gonna press right now. Right now. Thank you all for watching. Goodbye.